Hey guys, tonight we're setting off on a journey that begins in a sleepy village where the sun feels like it's been baking the stones for 1,000 years and the air tastes like warm dust stirred by lazy breezes. There's a donkey here, a rather unremarkable one, really, standing in the shade of a crooked olive tree. Its ears twitch lazily as flies buzz around, and it occasionally flicks its tail, like it's swatting away life's minor inconveniences. You wouldn't expect much from a donkey like this, right? After all, it's just a donkey. But, as you'll soon find out, this is no ordinary tale. And you, well, you're here too, shuffling along the uneven cobblestones, feeling the heat press down on you like a heavy wool blanket you can't quite shake off. The soles of your sandals stick a little with every step. And let's be honest, you probably wouldn't last long out here. Not unless you've developed a taste for sun-drenched olives and a rather unfortunate fondness for donkey braying at odd hours of the night. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And let me know in the comments, what time is it for you, and where are you listening from tonight? Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You walk past crumbling stone walls, their surfaces etched with time, and hear the soft shuffle of sandals against packed earth. The villagers go about their day, oblivious to the whispers carried on the wind. Whispers about that donkey, the one standing so still it might as well be carved from sandstone. You wonder if it's even alive, until it snorts softly, exhaling a cloud of dust that makes a small child nearby giggle. The air smells like warm hay, olives, and the faint hint of roasted chickpeas drifting from a market stall. Somewhere a rooster crows, rather enthusiastically for such a lazy afternoon, and you can't help but think it's got the wrong idea. The donkey's ears twitch again, and it shifts its weight, almost as if it's bored with the whole scene. You hear a vendor arguing about the price of figs, gesturing wildly at a customer who looks unimpressed. A cart rumbles by, its wooden wheels creaking in protest, and you sidestep quickly as a melon rolls loose and thuds against your foot. It's that kind of place, quiet, but never still. And yet, there's something about this donkey. Maybe it's the way it stands just off-center in the square, like it's waiting for something. Or maybe it's the way the old woman sitting nearby, the one with more wrinkles than there are stars in the sky, keeps glancing at it with a knowing smile, like she's seen this story play out before. You squint against the sun and wonder what makes this particular donkey special. After all, in a village like this, a donkey is just a donkey. A beast of burden, a sturdy back for firewood, water jars, or whatever else needs hauling. Yet here you are, standing in the heat, staring at it like you're expecting it to sprout wings and fly away. And honestly, wouldn't that be something? Your stomach grumbles loudly, and you glance around for something to nibble on. A merchant offers you a date, sticky and sweet, and as you bite into it, you swear you hear a faint bray, low, rumbling, like distant thunder on a summer afternoon. You glance back at the donkey, and for a moment,
its eyes meet yours. There's a strange glint there, like a secret you're not quite in on. Your stomach grumbles loudly, and you glance back at the donkey for something to nibble on. A merchant offers you a date, sticky and sweet, and as you bite into it, you swear you hear a faint bray, low, rumbling, like distant thunder on a summer afternoon. You glance back at the donkey, and for a moment, its eyes meet yours. There's a strange glint there, like a secret you're not quite in on.
The child who giggled earlier tugs at your sleeve, whispering in a conspiratorial tone. That's the donkey, the one from the story. You raise an eyebrow. Story? What story? But before you can ask, the child runs off, leaving you standing there, date pit in hand, wondering if the heat's finally getting to you. You take a slow breath, letting the dry air fill your lungs, and try to shake off the feeling that something's about to happen. The donkey shifts again, kicking up a small puff of dust, and you notice the old woman nodding to herself, her fingers tracing patterns in the air. The breeze picks up, carrying the scent of distant herbs, rosemary, maybe, and the faint, unmistakable smell of fish? You wrinkle your nose and remember the odd detail someone once mentioned. Ancient folks used to make sunscreen from fish oil. Charming, isn't it? And just as you're about to move on, a voice behind you mutters, half to themselves, half to the donkey. They say even the gods can't predict where a donkey's hooves might land. Well, that's comforting. The donkey snorts again, a small, dusty sound that seems to echo a little longer than it should. You feel a prickle along the back of your neck. Not fear exactly, but something like anticipation, like the moment before a curtain rises on a stage. The child's words circle back in your mind, the donkey from the story. And you wonder, what story? The heat clings to you like an old damp blanket. But you follow the faint sounds of shouting, more like excited chatter really, toward the marketplace. The donkey's bray lingers in your ears, like a half-remembered tune you can't quite shake. You squint as the sun bounces off the whitewashed walls, and there it is, the market, a chaotic swirl of colors, smells, and the unmistakable sound of haggling that's probably been the same since the dawn of time. It's market day, and the square is packed. Sellers shout prices, waving bunches of herbs and baskets of figs, while customers argue like they're fighting for their very lives over a handful of lentils. You sidestep a man who's juggling amphora a little too carelessly, and your nose twitches at the scent of grilled sardines, heavy with garlic, curling into the air. You glance around, half hoping you'll spot the donkey from earlier, but no, surely it's just another donkey, another pack animal lost in the crowd. But then, there's a commotion. You turn toward the sound, just in time to see a cart tilt dangerously on its axle. Time slows. The cart wobbles, its wheels creaking in protest, and you hear the sharp crack of wood under strain. A shout goes up. Someone's yelling about pottery. A man's hands flailing as jars clink together. A woman shrieks, ducking for cover, and a basket of olives tips over, sending fruit bouncing like marbles across the dusty ground. And in the middle of it all, there's the donkey. That donkey. It steps forward, not with panic, but with this weird, deliberate calm, like it's done this 1,000 times. It nudges the cart's wheel with its head, as if to say, "Hey, this isn't supposed to happen." The cart rocks back into balance with a heavy thunk. A vendor stares, mouth open, clutching a jar like it's a newborn baby, and there's a moment of stunned silence. Someone mutters, "Did that donkey just save my pottery?" You glance at the donkey, and there it is again, that odd glint in its eye, like it knows exactly what it's doing. And just for a moment, it looks straight at you, almost like it's saying, "See? You doubted me?" The market bursts back into life. People start clapping, laughing nervously. Someone tosses a date toward the donkey, which it catches with a casual flick of its head. A child's voice pipes up, "That's the donkey from the story." And again, you're left standing there, feeling like you've wandered into the middle of a play that everyone else knows by heart. You shake your head, trying to make sense of it all. A donkey saving a market stall? Really? That's not how things usually go. You know that, right? Donkeys don't rescue people from collapsing carts. They don't step in like they're some four-legged guardian of village commerce. And yet, here you are, watching a donkey casually chew on a fig leaf while people fuss over it like it's some kind of hero. A man next to you, his tunic stained with pomegranate juice, leans in and whispers, "You know, they say the donkey's blessed, a sign of favor from the gods. Or maybe it's cursed. Hard to tell with these things." He grins, showing a row of uneven teeth, then adds, "Historians still argue about that, by the way, whether the gods had a sense of humor or just liked to mess with people." You glance at the donkey again. It's now standing under the shade of a fig tree, looking positively smug, if a donkey can even look smug. Its ears twitch at the flies, and it stomps a hoof lazily, as if to say, "All in a day's work." You can't help but chuckle, wiping sweat from your brow. The market seems to settle down, but that odd feeling lingers, like the air itself is holding its breath, waiting for the next strange twist in this donkey story. And just when you think things might return to normal, a vendor nearby shouts, "Hey, who let that donkey in here? Someone take it back to the stables." But no one moves. They just watch, half smiling, half wary, like they're not quite sure if shooing the donkey away might somehow offend the universe itself. And you, well, you just keep standing there, date pit in your hand, wondering how a donkey, just stole the spotlight on market day. The sun dips a little lower, casting long shadows across the market square, and you feel the heat ease just a touch, as if the world itself has exhaled a sigh of relief. The donkey stands under the fig tree, its eyes half lidded in the golden light, while people begin to murmur, half joking, half serious, about what just happened. It's the kind of story that sticks in a village, a donkey calm as the moon, saving the day while everyone else flailed. And then, of course, the whispers start. They always do, don't they? You hear it first from a woman selling garlic, her hands busy tying bundles together as she mutters to her neighbor. That's not just any donkey, you know. My cousin's friend's uncle said he saw it in the hills last week, standing there like it was waiting for something. Said it didn't even flinch when a snake slithered by. Her neighbor, a man with a beard so long it could probably be used as a makeshift rope, nods sagely. They say it's marked by the gods, or cursed, depending on who you ask. You glance back at the donkey, half expecting it to burst into song or maybe start glowing faintly. But no, it just stands there, swishing its tail at the occasional fly, like it's got nowhere better to be. And then, beneath the sycamore tree, there she is, the old woman you noticed earlier, the one with hands like twisted olive branches and eyes like storm clouds on a summer afternoon. She's sitting cross-legged, her fingers tracing slow, deliberate circles in the dust. You edge a little closer, pretending to examine a basket of figs nearby, and you hear her voice, a low, gravelly whisper that carries just enough for you to catch. Greatness walks in strange shapes, she mutters, eyes fixed on the donkey. Not every crown is gold. Not every hero wears a sword. Her voice cracks, and you can't help but shiver a little, even though the air's still warm. She leans forward slightly, as if she's peering into the future itself, and adds, almost like an afterthought, This one will be remembered, but not for what you think." You blink. Did she just say that? You glance around, but no one else seems to be paying much attention. The market's resumed its usual hum. Merchants bickering, kids darting between stalls, the scent of roasted lamb curling through the air like a warm hug. And the donkey? Well, it's wandered over to a basket of withered cabbages and is munching away, utterly unbothered by its newfound fame. You scratch your head. It's probably nothing, right? Just an old woman muttering nonsense. Or maybe not. After all, you've already seen this donkey save a market stall with a gentle nudge of its nose. Who's to say what's next? Your stomach growls again, loud enough that a passing baker grins at you and tosses a crust of bread your way. You thank him, take a bite, and immediately regret it. It's dry enough to soak up half the Mediterranean. You cough a little, the crumbs sticking to the roof of your mouth, and you wonder, idly, if the donkey eats better than you do.
And then, as if the day hasn't been weird enough, a breeze kicks up, swirling dust into lazy spirals. The donkey lifts its head, ears perked, like it's listening to something far away. A dog barks somewhere, a sharp yapping sound, and the donkey snorts in response, as if to say, "Really?" You half expect it to roll its eyes. The old woman under the sycamore tree is still whispering, her fingers tracing shapes in the dust. You can't quite hear her words now, but you catch fragments, kings, journeys, forgotten songs. It's all very cryptic, and honestly, you're not sure if she's talking about the donkey or about you. Maybe both? You glance at the donkey again, and this time it feels like it's looking right through you. Not in a spooky, glowing eyes kind of way, but with this quiet, steady gaze, like it knows something you don't. Which, let's be real, wouldn't be that surprising. Donkeys have been around for ages, carrying everything from grain to emperors, and who knows what they've seen. There's even a theory, though historians still argue about it, of course, that some ancient kings believed donkeys could sense the divine. Wild, isn't it?
The sun dips lower. The market shadows stretch. And you realize you've been standing here for longer than you thought. A bell rings somewhere, calling people to evening prayers. The donkey, now seemingly done with the cabbages, ambles off down a narrow alley, its hooves clicking on the stones, tail swishing like a metronome. You hesitate for a moment. Then, because apparently you've got nothing better to do, you follow. The alley narrows, shadows thickening like syrup as you trail after the donkey, your sandals scraping on uneven stones. You can feel the day's heat lingering in the air, like the walls are holding their breath, waiting for the night to pull the sun down for good. The donkey moves with that same unhurried gait, head low, ears flicking lazily as it rounds a corner. The faint clink of its bridle, a gentle punctuation in the quiet. And then, there it is. A commotion ahead. Not the chaotic bustle of the marketplace, but something different. Laughter, the sharp clatter of tambourines, the occasional pop of roasted chestnuts splitting in their shells. A festival. The whole square is draped in fabric, reds and golds and purples fluttering like sleepy flags. Lanterns sway from ropes overhead, their soft glow flickering like the pulse of a living thing. You step into the square, just in time to see the donkey being led toward the center. Someone's thrown a garland of marigolds around its neck, the petals bright against its dusty fur. People are clapping, and there's a flute playing a tune that's both lively and slightly off-key, which honestly makes it better. And the donkey? It doesn't seem to mind. It plods forward like this is all perfectly normal, as if donkeys are supposed to be the center of attention at a festival. You can't help but grin. There's a kind of absurdity to it. This animal that was munching on cabbages a few hours ago is now the star of the show. The man leading the donkey, he's got a beard that could house a family of sparrows, raises his hands for quiet, which is a bold move given the amount of wine that's clearly been flowing. He starts to speak, but someone interrupts him by tossing a fig, which bounces off his forehead with a soft plop. The crowd erupts into laughter, and the man just shrugs, muttering something about festival rules and continuing on. He tells a tale, a rambling, half-true story about how this very donkey once carried a noblewoman across a raging river during a storm, how it braved lions in the hills, how it once, and here he pauses dramatically, outstared a governor's pet peacock. The crowd gasps, someone whispers, "Impossible!" and the old woman from the market cackles from her corner, her voice like dry leaves in the wind.
You lean against a low wall, arms crossed, watching the scene unfold. The donkey stands there, utterly unfazed, chewing slowly on a bit of hay that someone must have tucked under its nose. You wonder if it even knows it's the center of attention, or if it's just in it for the snacks.
And just when you think this can't get any weirder, a small boy steps forward, holding what looks like a painted pot lid, clearly a stand-in for a royal medallion. He places it gently on the donkey's back, like crowning a king, and the crowd cheers as if they've just witnessed a moment of deep cosmic importance. The donkey flicks its tail, sending a couple of petals flying, and lets out a single unimpressed bray. You stifle a laugh, because it really sounds like the donkey just said, "Really? This again?"
A woman next to you, her arms loaded with dates and flatbread, whispers, "You know, they say the donkey's been seen in other towns too, always just showing up, like it's part of some bigger story." She pauses, thoughtful, and adds, "Historians still argue about it, whether it's all just coincidence or fate." Her voice trails off as she bites into a date, and you wonder if you should ask her more, but the music starts up again, and the moment slips away. You shift on your feet, feeling the stones warm beneath your sandals, and glance up at the stars just beginning to prick the sky. The air smells of roasted nuts, honey, and a hint of sweat. Festival smells, ancient and familiar. A jug of wine is passed around, and you take a sip, the liquid tart and sharp, leaving a little burn at the back of your throat. The donkey shifts slightly, the makeshift medallion sliding down its side, and someone laughs as they nudge it back into place. The boy who crowned it looks up at you wide-eyed and says, "It's going to be famous, you know, this donkey. Everyone's going to remember." You raise an eyebrow, but you don't argue, because really, they just might.
The festival hums on, the air thick with music and the scent of roasted chestnuts. But you find yourself drifting toward the edge of the crowd, curiosity tugging at your heels like a persistent toddler. The donkey, still bearing its crown of marigolds and that slightly crooked pot-lid medallion, ambles along behind the bearded man like it's been doing this whole parade of glory thing for years. And then, in a swirl of dust and whispered anticipation, the crowd parts like a wave, and there he is. The local king, or maybe it's just the village lord. Hard to tell when his robe looks like it's been borrowed from a theater trunk, and his crown is a little askew. He's seated on a raised platform that's definitely seen better days, flanked by advisors who look like they'd rather be anywhere else. His expression is a mix of curiosity and boredom, honestly, like he's seen one too many dancing bears and is hoping for something different. His gaze lands on the donkey. There's a pause, just long enough for a breeze to rustle through the marigolds, and the donkey snorts, a sound so loud and unexpected that even the nobleman jumps slightly. The crowd tenses, as if collectively holding their breath, waiting to see if this is the moment everything unravels. But instead, the king leans forward, stroking his beard thoughtfully, and says, in a voice that's surprisingly warm,
Bring it to me." You watch as the bearded man leading the donkey hesitates, glancing around like he's unsure if this is a joke. But the donkey, in typical fashion, makes the decision for everyone. It steps forward, calm as you please, and stands right in front of the king's dais, looking up at him like it's waiting for a snack, or maybe a tax exemption. Honestly, it's hard to tell.
The king chuckles, a soft, surprise sound, and says, "Well, aren't you a curious one?" He leans down slightly, as if inspecting a fine piece of art, and you can't help but notice how the donkey seems oddly dignified, standing there amidst the ribbons and crumbs. One of the advisors, a thin man with a nose like a hawk, clears his throat and mutters something about protocol. But the king waves him off. "Let it be," the king says, and there's a ripple through the crowd, a collective murmur, like the air itself is gossiping. The donkey flicks its ears, looking entirely unimpressed by the attention, and lets out a soft, almost philosophical bray. You catch snippets of conversation around you, whispers about omens, luck, and whether or not the donkey has some kind of royal bloodline. Someone claims it was born on the same night as a lunar eclipse. Another swears it once outpaced a chariot in the hills. A third, more practical soul mutters, "It's just a donkey, for heaven's sake." But even they don't sound entirely convinced. The king gestures for a servant, who brings over a small tray of dates and figs. Without a second thought, the king plucks a fig and, this is where things get really odd, offers it directly to the donkey. The donkey, never one to turn down a snack, takes it gently, munching with the slow, deliberate satisfaction of someone who knows they're being watched by half the village. The crowd erupts into applause, and a child's voice rings out, "It's the chosen one!" Which, frankly, seems like a bit of an overstatement. But hey, people love a good story. You glance at the king, expecting him to laugh it off. But instead, he leans back with a bemused smile and says, almost to himself, "Perhaps there's more to this creature than meets the eye." You feel a shiver then, not from the cooling air, but from something else. Like you're standing at the edge of a story that's been told 1,000 times and is about to twist in an unexpected way. The donkey lowers its head slightly, and for a fleeting second, you could almost swear it's bowing. Which, obviously, probably just a trick of the light. Or maybe you're dehydrated. You really should drink more water. Still, as the festival continues, you find yourself watching the donkey a little differently. The king certainly seems intrigued. He even orders a small pen built near the palace stables, just for observation, he says, though his eyes gleam with something a little more speculative. And the donkey, it munches on a marigold and flicks its ears like it's seen it all before. The sun has long since melted into the hills by the time you find yourself in the courtyard of the king's palace, watching the donkey settle into its new, suspiciously royal accommodations. The pen they've built is laughably ornate, gold and trim on the fence posts, fresh straw laid out like a bed for a prince. There's even a small sign, hastily painted, that reads, "Special guest, do not disturb." You squint at it and mutter under your breath, "Right, because that's gonna stop anyone.
The donkey, of course, pays no mind to any of this fanfare. It's too busy chewing on a bit of hay, occasionally swatting at a fly with its tail in that lazy, unbothered way that makes you wonder if it knows something everyone else doesn't. And honestly, you wouldn't be surprised if it did. After all, this is the same donkey that calmly saved a pottery stall, accepted a fig from a king, and wore a pot lid as a crown like it was born to do it. A low murmur drifts through the courtyard, servants whispering behind their hands, soldiers exchanging glances. One of the stable boys, a freckled kid who looks like he hasn't slept in a week, leans in close and whispers to you. Did you hear the old woman's prophecy? They say she predicted this. The donkey, something about greatness. He trails off, eyes wide, like he's not sure if he's supposed to be excited or terrified.
You want to tell him that this is all probably just a big misunderstanding, that it's just a donkey, for goodness sake. But before you can open your mouth, a loud crash interrupts the moment. A servant, arms full of bronze plates, has tripped over a loose paving stone, sending the whole stack clattering to the ground like an ancient cymbal solo. The donkey flinches, barely, and lets out a low, grumbly bray that sounds, honestly, a little judgy. The king himself appears on the balcony, robes billowing slightly in the evening breeze. He surveys the scene with a raised eyebrow, then calls down, "What's all this noise? Is the donkey agitated?" You blank. Agitated? The donkey? If anything, it looks like it might fall asleep standing up. The servant scrambles to collect the plates, bowing so low you think his forehead might leave a dent in the stones. The king nods, satisfied, and disappears back into the palace, leaving behind a ripple of whispers in his wake. You glance at the donkey, which has now resumed its lazy chewing, and wonder, again, how in the world you ended up here, watching a donkey that may or may not be some kind of divine sign, living it up in a royal courtyard. And then, just when you think you've had enough strangeness for one day, the bearded man who led the donkey earlier sidles up to you, his eyes darting around like he's about to share a state secret. He leans in close, breath heavy with the scent of onions and something vaguely herbal, and says, "You know, there's a talisman." You stare at him, blinking slowly. What now?" He nods, eyes wide. "Hidden in the saddle. Found it myself, tucked in there like a blessing or a curse." He glances around, lowers his voice even further, and adds, "Some say it's a relic from an old temple lost to time. Others say it was placed there by the gods themselves." He pulls back dramatically, like he's just revealed the secret of the universe. You're about to ask for more details, like what kind of talisman are we talking about, when he's called away by a guard, leaving you standing there in the growing dark, feeling a little like you've wandered into the middle of a legend that no one bothered to properly explain. And the donkey, it lifts its head as if it knows you're wondering. The moonlight catches its eyes, and for a fleeting second, they seem to glint with something more than just reflected light. Something older, maybe, or deeper. You shiver, and not just from the night air. The stable boy from earlier sidles back over, voice barely a whisper. Historians still debate that talisman, you know, whether it was real or just a story. You're starting to get the sense that just a story doesn't really apply here. You wake up the next morning to the sound of bells, soft, uneven chimes that seem to tumble lazily through the air, as if even the bells themselves aren't quite ready for the day. The courtyard is already a blur of activity. Servants bustling about with trays, guards half-heartedly polishing their spears, and a few chickens who have apparently decided the royal gardens are the perfect place for a dust bath. And, of course, the donkey. It stands at the center of it all, basking in the attention like a seasoned celebrity. Someone has draped a garland of rosemary around its neck, and there's even a small bowl of figs placed nearby, as if it's some kind of honored guest at a particularly confusing dinner party. You rub your eyes, wondering if you're still dreaming, but no. The donkey lets out a soft bray, its ears flicking in the sunlight, and you can't help but chuckle.
And then the king appears. He strides into the courtyard, robes trailing behind him, looking every bit the part of a ruler, if a little sleep-deprived. His gaze sweeps over the scene, and when it lands on the donkey, he actually smiles. That alone is enough to make the servants whisper, their eyes darting like minnows in a stream. The king approaches the donkey, hands clasped behind his back, and says, almost like he's talking to an old friend, "You've caused quite a stir, haven't you?" The donkey flicks an ear in response. Whether it's an acknowledgement or just a reaction to a fly, you're not sure. The king continues, voice low and thoughtful. They say you've brought luck, that you've turned misfortune into fortune. He pauses, studying the animal, then adds with a dry chuckle, "Of course, they also say you ate the bishop's sandals during the feast last spring, so who's to say?" The advisors hover nearby, looking like they'd rather be anywhere else, but none of them dare interrupt. The king reaches out slowly, almost ceremoniously, and pats the donkey's neck. There's an audible gasp from a few onlookers, as if they expect the donkey to suddenly sprout wings or perhaps offer an opinion on tax reform. Instead, the donkey yawns, loudly. Its jaw stretches, tongue curling slightly, and it lets out a bray so drawn out and casual that you actually laugh, quietly, of course, because, well, it's the king. And then comes the real moment of chaos. A messenger bursts into the courtyard, breathless and wild-eyed, shouting about a diplomatic envoy arriving unexpectedly. Apparently, some neighboring lord is here to discuss trade routes and grain shipments. The palace erupts into a flurry of activity. Servants scrambling, guards lining up, someone knocking over a jug of olive oil that spreads across the stones like liquid gold. And in the middle of it all, yes, you guessed it, the donkey stands calmly, completely unmoved by the frenzy. A guard trips over its tail, landing flat on his back with a rather undignified oof. And the donkey glances down at him like, "Really? Again?" The king, watching this unfold, actually laughs.
an honest, belly-deep laugh that seems to surprise even him. He gestures toward the donkey and says, almost conspiratorially, "Perhaps we should bring this one along. Might break the tension." And so, as the royal entourage scrambles to prepare for the sudden meeting, the donkey is, somehow, added to the official lineup. You trail behind, half expecting someone to come to their senses and shoo the donkey away. But no, it trots along, its hooves clicking softly on the marble floors, looking for all the world like it belongs there.
You hear a servant muttering. Historians still argue about this day, whether the donkey's presence was a symbol of humility or just a strange coincidence. You're starting to think it's both. The grand hall is buzzing like a beehive with too many queens. You follow the shuffle of sandaled feet and rustling robes as nobles and merchants alike scurry about, adjusting collars, straightening scrolls, and whispering furiously behind embroidered sleeves. The air is thick with the scent of sandalwood, rosewater, and the faint tang of nervous sweat. Somewhere, someone is playing a lyre, the plucked notes a little too frantic, like even the music is trying to figure out what on earth is going on. And then, through the wide archway, the visiting envoy arrives, dressed in fine robes that shimmer with threads of gold and silver, their faces carefully neutral, eyes sharp as falcons. They glance around the hall, their gazes sweeping over tapestries, the platters of grapes and honey cakes, and then they stop. Their eyes lock on the donkey. Your donkey? Well, technically not yours, but at this point, it kind of feels like it. It's standing there right next to the king's chair, still wearing that ridiculous rosemary garland, looking as serene as a monk on a mountaintop. It's chewing, slowly, methodically, like it's contemplating the secrets of the universe. A single leaf dangles from its mouth. You swear, it almost looks like it's smirking. There's a beat of silence. The envoy's lead diplomat, a man with a beard so immaculately shaped it probably has its own dedicated servant, raises an eyebrow and says, flatly, "Is that part of the council?" The king leans back in his chair, a faint smile twitching at the corners of his mouth. "In a manner of speaking," he replies, his tone so dry it could crackle like parchment. A few of his advisors exchange panicked glances, one of them mouthing, "What are we doing?" in a way that feels less like a question and more like a small existential crisis. You watch as the envoy's diplomat, let's call him Beard Guy, tries to recover. He clears his throat and begins a speech about trade routes, his voice smooth and practiced, but the words feel like they're drifting through a fog, because, frankly, everyone is still half focused on the donkey. And the donkey? It chooses this exact moment to let out a loud, resonant bray. The sound bounces off the marble walls like a horn blast from the gods themselves. You stifle a laugh, biting the inside of your cheek, while a court scribe drops his quill in surprise, ink splattering across an important-looking document. A servant rushes to clean it up, muttering about how this is exactly why we shouldn't have animals in the council chamber. Beard Guy falters, losing his place for a moment. And the king, oh, the king, he just leans back further, arms crossed,
eyes twinkling with the kind of mischief you'd expect from a boy sneaking figs from the market. "Please, do continue," he says smoothly, gesturing for Beard Guy to proceed. You shift your weight, feeling the smooth stone under your sandals, and catch snippets of the discussion. Taxes on olive oil, grain shipments delayed by storms, a debate over whether goats or sheep are more profitable for trade. The usual, really. And yet, over it all hangs this strange tension, as if everyone's waiting for the donkey to do something. And then it does. Kind of. The donkey slowly, deliberately, inches toward the diplomat, stretches its neck, and sniffs his robes. Just a soft, curious sniff, like it's deciding whether or not this man is edible. Beard Guy freezes, eyes wide, and you hear a stifled giggle from somewhere near the back of the room. A ripple of laughter follows, thin and nervous, spreading like a slow wave. The king lets it happen. In fact, you're pretty sure he's encouraging it, his expression as innocent as a cat sitting next to a broken vase. The diplomat clears his throat again, voice tight as a harp string, and manages to finish his speech, though his hands are clenched so tightly they're practically shaking. You can almost see the story forming in his mind. I, a representative of the great and noble city of wherever, was nearly devoured by a donkey in the court of this chaos kingdom. And honestly, you can't blame him. The whole scene is absurd. A donkey standing in the royal hall, disrupting high-level trade talks like it's the most natural thing in the world. You glance around, wondering if anyone else thinks this is strange, but no one says a word. Well, except for the old woman from the market. Yes, she's here too, sitting quietly in the back, her eyes glinting like polished stones. She catches your gaze and gives you a small, knowing nod. You get the distinct impression that she's been waiting for this moment, like a chess player watching a particularly clever move unfold. And you're just standing there, quietly, as the donkey flicks its ears and resumes chewing, the envoy trying desperately to regain their composure, and the king looking like he might ask the donkey's opinion on trade tariffs at any moment. You can't help but think, maybe he should.
The meeting drags on, the voices rising and falling like a sea of half-hearted diplomacy, punctuated by the occasional clink of goblets and the distant rustle of parchment. You stand there, arms crossed, watching the whole strange scene unfold. Envoys trying their best to look dignified, while a donkey, yes, that donkey, stands in the middle of it all like some furry oracle of fate. It's hard not to admire the donkey's complete and utter disregard for the gravity of the situation. While the diplomats argue over trade routes and grain shortages, the donkey simply exists. It scratches an itch on its side with an awkward little hop, sniffs a bowl of fruit, and, at one point, lets out a long, slow bray that somehow manages to sound both bored and judgmental at the same time. The king, to his credit, seems to be enjoying himself immensely. He strokes his beard with a faintly amused expression, glancing now and then at the donkey as if waiting for it to interrupt with some kind of profound wisdom.
The rest of the court, however, looks like they're trying to decide whether to join in the joke or pretend none of this is happening. A few of the younger scribes are furiously jotting notes, their quills scratching like a swarm of locusts, though you suspect half of what they're writing is more speculation than fact. And then, just when it seems the conversation is finally steering back to something resembling normalcy, the donkey does it again. It steps forward, deliberately, as if it's been planning this all along, and nudges a small clay model sitting on the diplomat's table. The model wobbles once, twice, then topples over, smashing into several pieces. There's a collective gasp, and the diplomat goes pale as fresh milk. You catch a faint crack as someone clenches a scroll a little too tightly. You expect outrage, maybe even a demand for punishment. But no. The king tilts his head, considering the broken model as if it's a particularly abstract piece of art. He gestures at it lazily and says, "Well, perhaps we were overcomplicating things." His voice is calm, almost amused, and a few of the more daring nobles chuckle softly, though it's the kind of laugh you let out when you're not entirely sure if it's safe to laugh.
And here's the thing. That model? It was a representation of the proposed trade routes, the ones the diplomats had been arguing over for hours. The donkey's little nudge has, in a way, reset the entire conversation. A clean slate, a new map. The king leans back, a thoughtful expression in his eyes, and muses, perhaps simplicity is the best path forward. He raises a goblet of wine in a small, almost imperceptible toast toward the donkey, who, because of course, lets out a soft snort and resumes chewing on a nearby sprig of rosemary. You hear someone whisper near you. Historians still debate whether that moment was the turning point, the day a donkey reshaped trade policy. The voice is hushed, but there's a kind of awe in it, like they're already rehearsing the tale for the next festival. The old woman from the market, because she's always there, isn't she, leans over and whispers, "Even the gods must laugh sometimes, child." Her eyes twinkle, and you can't help but feel a little unnerved, like she knows more than she's letting on. And you stand there, watching the donkey bask in the glow of the lanterns, the broken clay model forgotten at its feet, and you think, maybe this is what history really is. A series of odd, unexpected moments, some planned, most accidental, that somehow shaped the world more than any grand strategy ever could. You scratch your head, glance down at your sandals, and wonder, not for the first time, if you've wandered into some kind of cosmic joke. Because honestly, what are the odds that a donkey, could become the catalyst for a kingdom's trade agreements? You let the thought drift away, carried by the soft murmur of voices, the flicker of candlelight, and the quiet, steady crunch of a donkey chewing rosemary like it's the finest delicacy in the land. The days pass, as they always do, slipping by like a lazy stream. Sunrises soft and pink, sunsets glowing gold, and fading into the deep indigo hush of night. You linger around the palace courtyard more than you'd like to admit, watching the donkey's peculiar rise to, well, not quite fame, but certainly attention.
It's like the whole town can't quite decide whether they're in the middle of a grand tale or just a very elaborate misunderstanding. And then comes the next twist, because of course there's always a next twist. One hazy afternoon, you hear the clatter of hooves on stone, the urgent shouts of guards, and the low, rolling sound of wheels turning. A caravan, an important one by the looks of it, arrives at the palace gates. Dust swirls around the carts, the oxen snort, and merchants step down in fine robes, their sleeves trailing like banners. They carry scrolls, trinkets, and, oddly, a large cloth-wrapped bundle that takes 4 men to carry. You lean in, curious, as they begin to unload their wares. A merchant with a voice like honey thickened by age, explaining, "Gifts for the court, offerings for the king, and a tribute for the creature." The creature? You blank. Surely not. But then the cloth bundle is unwrapped, revealing a saddle. Not just any saddle, though. This one is inlaid with brass fittings, lined with soft dyed leather, and decorated with tiny bells that chime softly in the breeze. It's absurdly ornate. Frankly, you've seen less elaborate thrones. The merchant beams with pride, a gift fit for such an esteemed animal. You stifle a snort. The donkey standing nearby glances at the saddle like it's considering whether it could be eaten or perhaps just ignored entirely. It flicks an ear, then takes a casual step back, as if to say, "No thanks, I prefer the rustic look."
The king is summoned, of course. He arrives, flanked by his usual entourage. One advisor with a scroll tucked behind his ear, another with ink stains all over his sleeves, and the usual group of guards looking like they'd rather be anywhere else. The king surveys the scene, eyes twinkling, and says with a faint smile, "For the donkey?" The merchant nods solemnly, hands clasped. It is said to bring luck, fortune, even wisdom. You catch a murmur from behind a column. Historians still argue whether the saddle was a bribe, a sincere gift, or a very expensive joke. You shake your head, because at this point, honestly, it could be all three. The donkey, ever the unpredictable star of the show, chooses this exact moment to step forward and, quite deliberately, sniff the saddle. It circles it once, twice, then nudges it gently with its nose. The bells give a soft jingle, and the sound feels oddly final, like the last note of a song you didn't realize was playing. The king laughs, an easy, warm sound that rolls through the courtyard like a summer breeze. He gestures for the saddle to be placed on the donkey, and the scene that follows is, well, you can't quite believe it's real. The donkey stands stock still as the saddle is fastened, the bells chiming softly with each buckle. The crowd watches, holding its collective breath, and when it's done, there's a moment, a long, slow pause, where it feels like the entire world is waiting for something to happen. And then the donkey takes a single, measured step forward. The bells chime. The wind shifts. Someone sneezes. The moment passes, and everyone exhales, a ripple of relieved laughter and whispered speculation flowing through the square like a lazy tide. The king, looking supremely pleased, turns to his advisors and says, "Perhaps we should let the donkey lead the next procession. It seems to have a talent for calming a restless crowd. The donkey flicks its ears, tail swishing, and resumes chewing on a sprig of rosemary that somehow ended up by its hooves. You stand there, arms folded, watching this odd scene unfold, and thinking, because you can't not think it, that maybe there's something to all these stories after all. Or maybe people just need something to believe in, something a little ridiculous to anchor them when the world feels too big, too complicated, too dusty. And so you let the afternoon light wash over you, the bells tinkling softly in the breeze, the smell of warm hay and roasted nuts curling through the air, and the quiet, steady sound of a donkey, your donkey, chewing like it's the most important job in the world.
Night falls slow and soft, like a blanket being gently tugged across the sky. The palace glows in warm torchlight, the flickering flames casting long shadows across the stones. And the donkey, yes, still wearing that absurdly fancy saddle, stands quietly in the courtyard, as if it's contemplating the mysteries of the universe, or maybe just wondering when the next snack will arrive. You lean against a pillar, watching as the crowd thins out. Servants shuffle past, yawning and rubbing their eyes. A few stragglers linger, whispering stories that grow taller with each retelling. How the donkey is a sign from the gods. How its bray once calmed a raging storm. How it once stared down a lion in the hills and won. A boy with a mop of curly hair insists the donkey can predict the weather. Another claims it's an enchanted creature from the old legends, sent to teach humility. Historians, of course, still argue about this. Some say the donkey's rise to fame was all coincidence, a tangle of accidents and superstition that got wildly out of hand. Others whisper about ancient prophecies and omens, citing obscure texts and half-forgotten scrolls. You, standing there in the warm night air, can't help but wonder if it's simpler than that. Maybe it's just that people like a good story, especially when the world feels too big and too uncertain. The donkey shifts slightly, the bells on its saddle giving a faint, lazy jingle. It blinks at you, slow and deliberate, and for a brief moment you almost feel like it knows you're thinking about it. Or maybe it's just hoping you've got a fig tucked in your pocket. The king strolls through the courtyard, his robes trailing behind him, a goblet of wine in hand. He pauses by the donkey, raising his cup slightly in a silent toast. You catch the faintest smile at the corner of his mouth, the kind that says, "Let them talk. Let the stories grow." And grow they do. By the next morning, word has spread. Beyond the palace walls, beyond the city gates, out into the countryside, where farmers tend their fields and shepherds mind their flocks. The story of the donkey has taken on a life of its own, like a vine stretching toward the sun. They say it's a symbol of peace, a bringer of fortune. They say it's been touched by the gods, or perhaps it is a god cleverly disguised. You hear someone whisper that even the stars seem to align differently when the donkey brays at night. And yet, for all the chatter, the donkey remains a donkey. It stands in the courtyard, occasionally munching on rosemary or sniffing at a passing breeze. It doesn't seem to care that it's become a legend. Or maybe that's exactly what makes it so legendary.
The old woman from the market, because, yes, she's here too, always watching, sits on a low stone wall, her fingers weaving something unseen in the air. She glances your way and says softly, "Even the smallest creature can shift the course of a river." Her voice is so quiet you almost miss it, swallowed by the crackle of torches and the soft clink of the donkey's bells. And then she's gone, melting into the shadows like smoke from a candle. You let out a slow breath, feeling the weight of the night settle on your shoulders. The air smells like lavender and warm dust, the quiet sounds of the palace blending into a low, rhythmic hum. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barks once, then falls silent. A shooting star blinks across the sky, so fast you're not sure if you really saw it or just imagined it. You glance back at the donkey one last time. It's standing there, head lowered, eyes half closed, as if it's already dreaming. And maybe, just maybe, it is.
Morning rolls in slow, the lights stretching lazy fingers across the sky, softening the edges of the palace walls. You find yourself back in the courtyard, because really, where else would you be? It's not like you can just walk away from a story that keeps unfolding right in front of you. The donkey, because of course it's still here, stands in the same spot, head lowered, ears twitching in time with the breeze. The rosemary garland is a little wilted now, the bells on the saddle a bit tarnished, but the donkey doesn't seem to mind. It stands like it has all the time in the world, which, honestly, maybe it does. A small crowd has gathered again. Merchants, travelers, a few wide-eyed children clutching sticky bits of honey cake. They whisper stories to each other, the kind that grow a little more ridiculous with every telling. Someone claims the donkey once helped a blind man find his way home by nudging him gently along the road. Another swears it brayed exactly 12 times during the last lunar eclipse. 12, they say, as if that's a secret code from the heavens. And then, as if the universe has a sense of humor, a scholar, robes slightly too long, scrolls clutched in ink-stained hands, appears, looking like he's sprinted halfway across the city. He's muttering to himself, flipping through a sheaf of notes that keeps slipping from his fingers. He finally stops in front of the donkey, breathless, and says, half to himself, half to anyone who'll listen, "The inscriptions match. The old text from the temple ruins. It mentioned a donkey. Not just any donkey. This donkey." You raise an eyebrow. Really? This donkey? He fumbles with a scroll, unrolling it with trembling hands. The parchment is cracked and faded, the script curling across it like the trailing edge of a vine. He points to a line, eyes wide. "See? A beast of burden, adorned with bells, shall stand in the place of kings, and the people shall look upon it with awe." He glances up at the donkey, then back at the scroll, like he's expecting it to perform a magic trick right then and there. The donkey just blinks, slowly, almost like it's saying, "Congratulations, you've discovered the obvious." You lean closer, squinting at the text, and wonder if maybe the scholar is stretching the interpretation a bit. But who are you to argue? Historians are always debating these things, whether the prophecy is literal or metaphorical, whether the beast of burden is a donkey or a metaphor for some long-forgotten kingdom. You hear someone whisper, They say it's a sign of a new age, or maybe a warning. Honestly, at this point, it feels like people are just making up whatever sounds the most dramatic. The scholar, still muttering, circles the donkey slowly, like he's afraid it might vanish if he looks away for too long. He reaches out tentatively, fingers hovering just above the donkey's bristly fur. But the donkey turns its head and lets out a low, drawn-out bray that sounds, there's no other word for it, judgmental. The scholar jumps back, nearly dropping his scroll, and the crowd erupts into a ripple of laughter. You can't help but grin. There's something so wonderfully absurd about the whole scene. A donkey standing in the courtyard like a shaggy oracle, a scholar convinced it's the key to some ancient mystery, and everyone else caught somewhere between belief and sheer amusement. The king appears again, this time wearing a robe embroidered with vines and tiny birds, as if he's embracing the whole quirky monarch with a famous donkey vibe. He surveys the scene, then says with a perfectly straight face, "Well, if the scholars say it's important, I suppose we should take it seriously." You can't tell if he's joking or not. Maybe that's the point. The donkey snorts, the bells jingling softly, and resumes chewing on a half-eaten fig someone must have dropped nearby. The scholar sits down on the stone steps, looking like his entire world view has just been turned upside down by a donkey who couldn't care less. And you sit too, leaning back against a warm stone wall, letting the sun soak into your skin as the sounds of the courtyard swirl around you. Laughter, whispers, the distant clatter of pots, and that ever-steady, slightly smug munching of the donkey. You close your eyes for a moment, and for the briefest heartbeat, you feel still. Like the world has slowed down just enough for you to notice the way the dust glows in the sunlight, the way the donkey's bray lingers in the air like a half-forgotten song, the way stories, real or imagined, wrap around us like threads in a tapestry. And you think, maybe that's enough for now. The days stretch on, a quiet rhythm of sunrises and sunsets, of sandals scuffing across stone, of the donkey's slow, steady chewing. You find yourself watching the story unfold, as if it's a play you've seen a dozen times, but can't help revisiting. Each time noticing some new detail, some small twist in the pattern. The donkey, now firmly settled in the palace courtyard like an oddly dignified guest of honor, has become, well, an attraction. People come from other towns, distant villages, even the occasional city dignitary, just to see it. They whisper about its calm demeanor, its so-called prophecies. Did you hear it brayed right before the rainstorm last week? And its apparent ability to survive on nothing but fig scraps and the occasional pat on the head. And then one bright morning, as you're lounging on a sun-warmed step, something happens. A painter arrives. He's young, sharp-eyed, with a smudge of charcoal on his cheek and a habit of mumbling to himself while he works. He sets up his easel in the corner of the courtyard,
arranging brushes, oils, and a palette so chaotic it looks like someone spilled a rainbow. The donkey naturally takes no notice, because why would it? It's a donkey after all, or so you keep reminding yourself. The painter begins sketching, his hands moving quickly, capturing the curve of the donkey's back, the lopsided tilt of its ears, the way the bells catch the light. He mutters something about capturing essence and the soul of the creature, which makes you snort a little, because really, it's just standing there, chewing. But then again, maybe that's the point. The donkey is just standing there, chewing, and yet it's managed to become a symbol of something no one can quite define. Humility? Patience? A cosmic joke? The painter seems determined to find out. Hours pass. The sun crawls across the sky, the air heavy with the scent of rosemary and warm stone. The painter's brushstrokes grow slower, more deliberate. You drift a little, eyelids drooping, listening to the quiet sounds around you. The soft scrape of the brush on canvas, the distant clink of pottery, the rhythmic bray of the donkey, a sound that feels almost like a heartbeat now, steady and familiar.
And then, finally, the painter leans back, studying his work with a critical eye. He tilts his head, rubs his chin, and whispers, "Yes, there's something there." You glance over, curious, and see the painting. It's beautiful in a strange, understated way. The donkey stands in the center, surrounded by a soft halo of warm colors, gold, ochre, a hint of violet at the edges, like dusk settling over the scene. The saddle bells gleam, tiny points of light, and the donkey's eyes, well, the painter has captured something in them, a depth, a calmness, a sense that maybe, just maybe, it knows exactly what's going on. A few passers-by stop to admire the painting. One woman clasps her hands and murmurs, "It's almost sacred." A man with a weathered face nods slowly, his voice low as he says, "They'll remember this, you know. That donkey, it's a story that will outlast us all." The painter signs his name in the corner with a flourish and says, "I'll take this to the gallery in Alexandria. Let the world see." You sit there, quietly, watching the scene unfold, the donkey flicking its tail lazily in the warm breeze. And you wonder, will they remember it as the donkey who saved a pottery stall, the donkey who disrupted a diplomatic meeting, or the donkey who simply stood still, unbothered, while the world spun around it? You glance at the old woman. Yes, she's still here, sitting on her usual stone bench, her hands folded neatly in her lap. She catches your eye, smiles faintly, and says, "Not all stars shine in the sky." The painter packs up his things and leaves, the painting carefully wrapped, carried like a treasure into the waiting dust of the afternoon. The donkey lowers its head and resumes chewing, as if it's all just another day. And you, well, you let out a long, slow breath, the kind that feels like it's been waiting in your chest for a long time. Maybe the donkey's the one who's got it right. The days drift on like lazy clouds across a wide blue sky, and with each passing moment, the donkey's legend grows taller,
stranger, and, let's be honest, more ridiculous. By now, the donkey has been credited with everything from predicting weather patterns to calming a particularly stubborn goat during a harvest festival. You overhear someone say that if you whisper your troubles into its ear, your worries will vanish by sunrise. Another claims that just touching the saddle brings good luck, though, frankly, the donkey's unimpressed expression whenever someone tries this makes you think it's not so much a blessing as an unspoken agreement. Touch the saddle, sure, but don't expect miracles. And today? Oh, today, the tale takes yet another turn. A small delegation arrives from a coastal town, a group of merchants with bright, sea salt voices and clothes that smell faintly of brine and tar. They've heard the stories, of course. Who hasn't by now? They come bearing gifts, barrels of olives, jars of honey, and, somewhat awkwardly, a carved wooden model of a ship that's far too large to be practical for the donkey. But they present it with such hopeful faces that no one has the heart to refuse it. The king greets them with that now familiar half-smile, the one that says, "Yes, this is all very strange, but let's just roll with it, shall we?" They exchange polite words about trade agreements, fishing rights, and olive harvests, but it's clear what everyone's really here for: the donkey. It stands in the courtyard as it always does, calm, utterly disinterested in the fuss, its ears twitching lazily, the bells on its saddle catching the sunlight like tiny stars. The merchants shuffle forward, bowing slightly, and the eldest of them, a man with hands like driftwood and a beard full of sea spray, clears his throat. "We've brought an offering for the donkey," he says solemnly, as if he's addressing a high priest rather than a moderately dusty animal with a tendency to bray at inopportune moments. The younger merchants murmur in agreement, one of them clutching a jar of honey like it's the key to unlock the universe's secrets. The king inclines his head graciously, gesturing for the donkey to receive the gifts, as if the donkey has any particular say in the matter. A small boy, clearly the most daring of the group, edges forward, holding out a bunch of sea grapes, his hands trembling slightly. The donkey sniffs, blinks, and, after a long, suspenseful pause, accepts the grapes, munching them slowly with a faintly audible smack. The boy beams like he's just been blessed by the gods themselves. You hear a woman whisper behind you, "It's a sign. The sea will be kind to us this year." A man nods sagely, adding, "Historians still debate whether this donkey influenced maritime trade in the region." You nearly choke on your bread. Maritime trade? You look at the donkey, who is now calmly chewing its way through the sea grapes, utterly indifferent to the fact that it's apparently been promoted to maritime economic advisor. The delegation lingers, offering small tokens, shells, bits of driftwood, a scrap of netting, each more symbolic than the last. The donkey accepts these with the same stoic patience it seems to have for everything, and the merchants leave looking satisfied, as if they've just performed a sacred rite. And the old woman? She's there too, watching from her usual spot, her eyes sparkling with that knowing glint that makes you feel like she's reading the story 3 chapters ahead. She catches your gaze and says softly, "Even a donkey can ride the tides of fortune, if the world lets it." You sit down beside her, the sun warm on your back, and let the sounds of the courtyard settle over you. the soft bray of the donkey, the murmurs of the merchants as they walk away, the faint jingle of the saddle bells in the breeze. And for a moment you feel it too, the strange, quiet magic of it all. Not the kind with flashing lights or grand miracles, but the slow, steady magic of a creature simply being, in a world that's decided it needs something to believe in. You close your eyes, letting the breeze brush against your cheek, and think, maybe this is enough.
The days turn warm, then warmer still, the sun baking the stones until they shimmer like molten gold. The air tastes of dust, dry herbs, and the faint tang of olives pressed somewhere nearby. You find yourself sitting in the shade, watching the donkey do what it does best. Stand there, utterly unmoved by the whirl of human drama spinning around it. And today, today the story grows even stranger. A group of performers arrives in the courtyard, musicians, jugglers, dancers, their faces painted in bright, swirling patterns, their voices raised in half-sung greetings. They claim to have come from a distant city, where the donkey's tale has already woven its way into tavern songs and market gossip. One of the jugglers, a wiry man with arms like ropes and a grin sharp enough to slice bread, bows low and says, "We have come to honor the creature, the donkey of destiny." You raise an eyebrow. The donkey of destiny? Really? But you don't say it out loud. No one does. Everyone just nods, as if this is the most normal thing in the world. The performers begin their act, spinning, leaping, balancing on poles that seem far too thin to support a grown person's weight. The musicians strike up a tune, light and fast, the kind that makes your toes tap without permission. And in the middle of it all, the donkey stands, the center of a spiral that seems to grow wider by the day. And then, because this is that kind of story, someone starts chanting. You don't catch the words at first, but they spread like a ripple in a pond. Soft, then louder, until the whole courtyard is echoing with the refrain, "Donkey of destiny, donkey of destiny." You glance around, half expecting someone to burst out laughing, but no. The faces you see are filled with a strange mix of reverence and wonder, as if they're genuinely waiting for the donkey to do something remarkable, like sprout wings or deliver a prophecy in perfect verse. The donkey, of course, does none of those things. It flicks its ears, lets out a long, lazy bray, and resumes chewing on a sprig of thyme someone must have dropped. The sound is so casual, so completely donkeyish, that you can't help but snort softly. And yet, no one seems disappointed. If anything, they look relieved, like the donkey's refusal to play the part of a mythical beast is exactly what they needed. The lead juggler, clearly an opportunist, steps forward and proclaims, "This, my friends, is a lesson from the donkey itself, that in stillness we find strength, in patience, wisdom, and in a good bray, perhaps a touch of humor." The king, seated nearby with a goblet of wine and a faintly amused expression, raises his cup and says, "To the donkey, may it continue to teach us all how to stand very still in the face of chaos." The crowd erupts into cheers, and the performers bow, grinning, clearly pleased with themselves. You catch a few whispers. Historians still debate whether the donkey was truly a symbol of stoic wisdom or if the whole thing was an elaborate farce. Honestly, you're starting to think it's a bit of both. As the sun dips low, the courtyard glows with that honeyed light that makes everything look softer, warmer, like it's been dusted with gold. The donkey stands in the middle of it all, basking in the fading warmth, its shadow stretching long and thin across the stones. The old woman, yes, she's still here, always it seems, watching from her quiet corner. She glances at you, her voice barely a whisper, as she says, "Sometimes it's the ones who say the least who are remembered the longest." You don't know if she's talking about the donkey or you. The music fades, the performers pack up their things, and the last rays of sunlight slip behind the rooftops. The donkey lets out one final satisfied bray as the day exhales into evening, and you sit there, feeling the coolness seep into the stones beneath you. You think maybe this is how stories are born, not in grand moments, but in the quiet, absurd, beautiful moments that no one can quite explain. And maybe that's enough. Morning drifts in, quiet and golden, spilling across the rooftops like honey. And you find yourself back in the courtyard, drawn in by habit, or maybe just plain curiosity. The donkey is still there, of course it is, standing in the patch of shade it seems to have claimed its own, its bells giving the occasional soft jingle as it swishes its tail at a particularly bold fly. And today, well, today the story takes a turn so unexpected you almost choke on your fig. A group of scholars arrive, real ones this time, not the scribblers and scroll wavers who've been trailing after the donkey like hopeful barnacles. These scholars wear long robes, their hems dusty from travel, and they carry heavy leather-bound books that look like they've been through more storms than a sailor's boots. They murmur to each other in that low, serious tone scholars always seem to use when they're about to declare something very important. You watch, chewing slowly, as they form a semicircle around the donkey, their heads tilted at matching angles, like they're observing a rare celestial event. One of them, an older man with a beard that could rival a broom, clears his throat and says gravely, "It is time." Time for what, exactly? You glance at the donkey, who is utterly unimpressed by this declaration. It lets out a long, slow bray that sounds suspiciously like, "Oh, not this again." The scholars begin to debate, loudly, passionately. Words like symbolism, divine providence, and historical precedent fly through the air like overcooked dumplings. One of them waves a scroll, nearly smacking another in the face, and insists that the donkey is a manifestation of an ancient prophecy. Another argues that it's simply a coincidence, a creature elevated by the whims of the crowd. A third, clearly the contrarian, claims it's all part of a larger cosmic joke. Historians still argue about it, someone mutters nearby, and you can't help but grin. That's becoming a bit of a chorus, isn't it? The donkey, for its part, simply blinks. It lifts a hoof, scratches its nose against the saddle, and resumes chewing. The scholars, undeterred, start measuring things, ear length, tail width, hoof circumference, as if the answers to the universe might be hidden in the angles of a donkey's ears. One of them even tries to take a wax imprint of the donkey's bray by holding a scroll dangerously close to its mouth, which earns him a particularly forceful snort that sends the paper fluttering across the courtyard like a startled bird. You lean back, arms crossed, watching this circus unfold with a growing sense of amusement. There's something almost comforting in the way people try so hard to make sense of things, how they pile meaning onto the ordinary, layering stories and symbols until they almost forget it's just a donkey. And yet, part of you wonders if maybe they're not entirely wrong. After all, it's this donkey that stopped a market cart, this donkey that stood beside the king during a trade negotiation, this donkey that's now being measured and debated like it's some living relic. Maybe there is something more to it. Or maybe, as the old woman would say, it's not about the donkey at all. It's about the people, about the need to believe in something, even if it has 4 legs and a tendency to bray at the most inconvenient moments. Speaking of the old woman, she's here too, of course, leaning on her cane, watching with that same quiet amusement, as if she's seen this all before. She glances at you, her voice soft as the breeze, and says, "The world will always make legends where it needs them. Sometimes a king, sometimes a donkey." The sun creeps higher, the scholars argue louder, and the donkey, with a deep, contented sigh, lies down in the straw, curling its legs beneath it, like a creature that has absolutely nothing left to prove. And you sit there, letting the voices and the sunlight wash over you, the air warm and filled with the scent of dust, figs, and the faint, unmistakable tang of roasted almonds from a vendor's cart. The donkey's bells jingle once, softly, like the last note of a lullaby. You think, maybe that's the real lesson here. Sometimes it's not understanding. Sometimes it's just sitting in the shade and letting the story unfold around you.
The heat presses down like a heavy blanket, the air thick with the scent of baked earth and the soft, sticky sweetness of overripe figs. You shift in your seat on the low stone wall, watching as the donkey, yes, that donkey, snoozes in the shade like a king after a particularly satisfying meal. Its ears twitch occasionally, the bells on its saddle jingling just enough to remind you that, yes, this is still happening. And then, as if the universe has a sense of timing that's both impeccable and a little too convenient, a traveling merchant arrives. His wagon creaks under the weight of curiosities, bright fabrics, tiny bottles of oils that shimmer in the sun, and a few cages containing what can only be described as very disgruntled chickens. But it's not the chickens that catch your eye. It's what the merchant pulls from a velvet-lined box with the kind of reverence usually reserved for sacred relics. It's a small, worn bridle. The leather is cracked with age, the metal fittings dull with tarnish. And yet, when the merchant holds it aloft, the crowd gathers like moths to a flame. The merchant declares, his voice booming like a market crier with something particularly juicy to sell. This, the merchant declares, is a relic of the donkey's first journey, a talisman of luck passed down from generation to generation.
You can't help but raise an eyebrow. Really? A relic? Of this donkey? But the crowd leans in, wide-eyed and whispering. Someone mutters, "It must be true. The markings match." Another says, "I heard it was blessed by a priest from a distant land." A third claims, in a voice so quiet it's barely a breath. Historians still argue whether the bridle was truly part of the legend or just a clever trick by traders looking to sell stories. The merchant, clearly a master of his craft, lets the silence stretch just enough before offering a knowing smile. For a modest price, of course, you may touch the bridle and carry a little of the donkey's fortune with you.
You watch as coins clink into a small, battered chest. Silver, copper, the odd bit of bronze. Each trade accompanied by a soft murmur of hope, of belief, of what if. The donkey, for its part, shifts slightly, lifts its head to blink at the spectacle, then lets out a long, slow bray that echoes through the courtyard like the exhale of an ancient, mildly amused spirit. You glance at the king. He's watching too, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, like he's wondering whether to intervene or just let the circus continue. He leans toward an advisor and says something you can't quite catch, but it sounds suspiciously like, "Let them have their stories." The old woman is there, of course, always. She sits a little apart from the crowd, fingers tracing slow circles on the fabric of her dress, her gaze fixed on the bridle, on the donkey, on the people whispering in wonder. She catches your eye and says softly, "Objects are just objects until we give them meaning." You think about that as the sun climbs higher, as the donkey settles back into its nap, as the merchant's velvet-lined box fills with coins. You wonder how many stories start like this. A simple thing, a worn bridle, a dusty donkey, growing and twisting into something larger than life. A symbol, a legend, a quiet sort of magic that hums beneath the surface of everyday life. And maybe that's all any of us really want, isn't it? A story to hold on to, a reason to believe that even in the ordinary, there's something extraordinary waiting to be found. The merchant packs up as the afternoon deepens, the crowd slowly drifting away, their pockets a little lighter, their hearts a little fuller. The donkey snoozes on, utterly unfazed by the fact that it's now the accidental custodian of half a dozen new superstitions. You stretch your legs, the stones warm beneath you, and think, this story isn't done yet. Not by a long shot. The afternoon fades into a soft, golden haze, the kind that makes you squint and feel a little drowsy, like the whole world has been draped in a warm, dusty blanket. The donkey stands up slowly, giving itself a good shake, the bells on its saddle jingling in a lazy, offbeat rhythm that feels like the soundtrack to this strange little saga. It ambles toward a patch of herbs growing near the palace wall. Rosemary, thyme, a few sprigs of wild mint, and begins chewing like it's got nowhere else to be. And honestly, it doesn't.
That's when you hear it. A quiet, persistent tapping of sandals on stone. A sound so familiar by now that you don't even have to look to know it's the old woman. She settles herself nearby, tucking her legs beneath her, her gnarled fingers busy braiding a length of twine from stray bits of grass and wool. Without looking at you, she murmurs, "It's funny, isn't it, how the smallest things grow the tallest stories." You glance at her, then at the donkey, and nod, because it is funny, and a little absurd, and, if you're being honest, kind of beautiful. And then comes the storyteller. He's a wiry man with a voice like soft velvet, a twinkle in his eye, and a bag slung over his shoulder that looks like it's seen more miles than you ever will. He sets down his bag with a dramatic thump, clears his throat, and begins to spin a tale, loud enough for the courtyard to quiet, for people to pause mid-step, mid-bite, mid-brushstroke. Even the donkey, in what can only be described as impeccable timing, lifts its head and stares, chewing slower now, as if it's listening too. The storyteller speaks of a donkey born under a crescent moon, of an omen carved in stone, of a creature destined to carry not just burdens, but the weight of dreams and hopes, and maybe a little bit of foolishness. He weaves in details you recognize, market stalls and fig trees, pottery saved by a nudge, a king's quiet smile, but also embellishes wildly. In his version, the donkey once stared down a band of bandits, brayed so loudly it stopped a war, and once, apparently, whispered a riddle that no one has yet solved. You catch snippets from the crowd. Did that really happen? Is it true? My cousin's neighbor's uncle said he saw it himself. And, of course, the ever-present refrain. Historians still argue about that.
The storyteller finishes with a flourish, bowing low, and the crowd applauds, some throwing coins, others just standing there with that dazed, contented look people get when a story feels just right, even if they know it's probably more fiction than fact. The donkey, it lets out a long, slow bray that echoes off the stone walls like the closing note of a song. The storyteller grins, pats the donkey's flank like they're old friends, and moves on, his bag bouncing against his hip as he heads toward the market square. The crowd disperses in a soft ripple, their voices trailing off into the evening air, carrying the story with them like a pocket charm. You sit there a little longer, the heat of the day sinking into the stones beneath you, watching the donkey munch on the last of the time. You can't help but wonder, how much of the story will people remember tomorrow? How much will they forget? And how much will they embellish, adding their own little twists and flourishes until the donkey's tail is bigger than the sky itself? The old woman hums softly, her fingers still busy, and says, almost as if she can hear your thoughts, "The story doesn't belong to the storyteller, you know. It belongs to the ones who listen." The donkey flicks an ear, as if in agreement. You lean back, feeling the weight of the day in your bones, and close your eyes for a moment, letting the hum of the courtyard drift around you like a lullaby. Somewhere in the distance, a musician strikes up a tune, a slow, meandering melody that feels like it was written just for this moment.
And the donkey, well, it keeps on chewing, because that's what it does.
The sun sinks lower, shadows stretching long and soft across the courtyard, and the air hums with that peculiar quiet that settles in when the day's excitement fades and people drift back to their homes. The donkey remains, of course, a calm, slightly dusty monument to, well, whatever it is everyone's decided it represents now. A symbol of patience, luck, cosmic comedy? Honestly, you've lost track. You watch as a few stragglers linger, murmuring their goodbyes to the animal like it's an old friend. A woman tucks a sprig of rosemary into the donkey's saddle. A man, hands calloused from years of market work, pats its flank and whispers something about a safe journey for his son. Even a child, eyes wide with the kind of wonder only children seem to have, reaches out to touch the donkey's ear, giggles when it flicks away a fly, and skips off, grinning like they've just met a legend. And you, well, you sit there, cross-legged, watching it all unfold, the coolness of the stones seeping through your clothes. The donkey shifts, lifts its head, and for a heartbeat, you swear it's looking right at you. Its eyes glint in the fading light, calm, dark, and steady, as if to say, it's just a story, isn't it? Or maybe it's more. You're not sure which thought is more unsettling. The old woman is there too, because of course she is, perched on her usual bench, her hands resting lightly on her lap, her gaze soft and far away. She speaks, her voice barely louder than a breath. You know, they'll tell this story long after we're gone. They'll change the details, of course, make the donkey bigger, the king braver, the storms more dangerous. They always do. She looks at you then, her eyes crinkling in the corners. But you'll know. You'll remember the quiet moments, the way the donkey chewed that sprig of thyme like it was the finest feast, the way the bells jingled softly when no one else was listening, the way it stood there, stubborn as a stone, while the world spun its stories around it. Her voice trails off, and the courtyard settles into a hush so deep you can almost hear the dust settling. A breeze stirs, carrying the faint scent of roasted almonds and old parchment, and you feel a strange, warm weight in your chest, a kind of stillness, like you've been caught in the slow turning of something much bigger than you, much older, much quieter. And then, as if on cue, the donkey lets out a long, low bray that echoes off the stones, a sound that feels less like a call and more like a sigh, tired, patient, amused by it all. The king steps out onto his balcony, a cup of wine in his hand, watching the scene below with that same faint smile you've seen so often now. He raises his cup slightly in a silent toast, not just to the donkey, but to the moment itself, this strange tangled knot of story and truth and maybe something else that no one can quite explain. The courtyard glows in the last slant of light, the donkey's shadow stretching long and soft across the stones. A bird calls once, sharp and distant, then falls silent. And you sit there, breathing slow, watching the donkey settle back down into the straw, its eyes half closed,
its breath slow and steady, as if it's already dreaming. And you wonder, what will the story sound like in 100 years? Will they remember the quiet moments, the soft bray and the heat of the afternoon? Will they argue over the details? Was it really the same donkey? Did it truly stand in the king's court? Was there ever a prophecy? Or was it just a donkey? You think about that, about all the arguments and whispers and half-remembered tales, and you smile. Because in the end, maybe it doesn't really matter. The days grow shorter, the nights cooler, and the courtyard quiets in a way that feels different. The donkey is older now, you notice. Its fur is a little rougher, a little more sun-bleached. Its steps slower. Each movement measured like a page slowly turning in a worn book. The bells on its saddle don't jingle as often. They sway, yes, but their sound is softer now, like the faintest chime of a memory carried on the breeze. You sit on your usual stone, the one that's grown warm and smooth beneath you over all these days, and you watch as the donkey stands in the last rays of the sun, the light gilding the edges of its ears, the curve of its back. The air smells of dried herbs, old wood, and the faint sweetness of overripe figs left too long in the sun. Someone nearby hums a tune, low, slow, and almost wistful. The tune drifts through the courtyard like smoke, curling into the cracks and crevices, lingering even as voices fade into the hush of evening. The crowd is thinner now. The curious visitors have mostly gone, replaced by a quieter few, those who come not for spectacle, but simply to sit, to listen to the silence, to watch the donkey just be. There's something in that, isn't there? A kind of peace you didn't expect to find in a story that started with a market cart, a fig, and a particularly stubborn bray. The old woman is here too. Of course she is. She sits a little closer to the donkey now, her hands folded in her lap, her gaze soft and far away. She doesn't say much anymore, doesn't need to. Every so often she glances at you and offers a small nod, as if to say, "See, you've been part of it all along." You wonder, in that lazy, drifting way that comes when your thoughts feel like they're floating on a breeze. Will the story fade when the donkey's gone? Will it scatter into the dust, just another tale told under starlight and forgotten by morning? Or will it linger, tucked into the corners of the market square, whispered by old merchants and wide-eyed children, carried on the wind like the faintest scent of rosemary and thyme?
You think of all the stories you've heard, the grand, sprawling ones with heroes and gods, the quiet ones about lost loves and long journeys, the odd, meandering tales like this one, and you realize this story is all of those, and none of them. It's just a donkey, and yet, somehow, it's more. The sun dips below the rooftops, and the courtyard cools. The stones release in the heat they've held all day. The donkey lets out a final, soft bray, a sound so gentle it feels almost like a sigh, and lowers itself onto the straw, curling up like a question half answered. The old woman hums softly, the same tune as before, and the air hums with it, as if the very stones are holding their breath. You close your eyes for a moment, listening to the soft crackle of the torches, the whisper of the wind through the fig trees, the quiet breath of the donkey settling into the evening. The world feels smaller somehow, slower, wrapped in the kind of stillness that asks nothing of you but to just be. And as you sit there, the sounds and smells fading into a warm blur, you feel it, that quiet, gentle understanding that this story, like all stories, isn't really about the beginning or the end. It's about the moments in between, the soft breeze in the afternoon heat, the scent of time on a summer breeze, the glint in an old woman's eyes as she weaves the threads of a tale. The donkey sleeps now, and you sit quietly, the world a little softer, a little warmer, a little slower. And maybe, just maybe, that's enough. And now, as the night deepens and the stars blink into the dark, let your breath slow, your body sink deeper into the quiet. Let the images of the dusty courtyard, the warm stones, the jingle of the bells, and the soft bray drift away, fading like a dream you'll half remember in the morning. The world is quiet now. The donkey sleeps. The stories linger, gently tangled in the air, waiting for the next whisper, the next listener. So rest, my friend. Close your eyes and let the quiet hold you. Let the stories drift into the night, and know that you were part of this strange, quiet tale.